Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Pair Awakening. Name is Rob Hernandez. So tonight we're going to do a couple of things. We're going to try doing a couple of live dual ghost box sessions. We'll see how that goes. But anyway, we'll just wait for a few people to come in. Got a few new things set up. So I have a new REM pod that we just put together. And I have a couple of ghost boxes ready to go. So, hello, Shirley. Welcome to the show. How you doing tonight? Hello, Jenny. How you doing? So, like I was saying, I have a few things going on. Just built a new ghost. Well, I have a couple of ghost boxes that we're going to use tonight. Actually, I have three. So somebody was asking, what does a ghost box mean? So a ghost box is it's a device that is used to communicate with a spirit. Um, in theory, they use the frequencies um, to communicate. Um, I mean, it's a theory, and it's something that I've been experimenting with for quite a while, and seems to work pretty well. But we get started, you'll kind of see what it's all about. Um, as you see, I have a couple of them. I'll switch cameras real quick. So the one in the foreground is a box that I built. Well, I built all these boxes. The one in the back is called a Hack Shack. It's basically a hacked Radio Shack radio, and this is a custom box that I built. Then I have another one here. So that's it. And then um, if you see it, then I built a REM pod. The REM pod is back here. Looks kind of like a treasure chest. I'll give you a quick demo. So if anything comes near the antenna on that box, then it will set that off. So that's something new that I built this week. I'll move it up to the foreground a little bit, get it in focus. So there we go. Anyway, so the last couple of weeks, we've been focusing on people wanting to communicate with their loved ones. So we're kind of doing a few experiments. We're getting a lot of very cool responses the last few weeks. So um, last week it was pretty interesting. We had somebody's husband that passed come through. He was coming through quite a bit. Um, so it was pretty cool. So welcome everybody. Like I said, what we'll do is we'll get started in about. We'll let a few more people come through. So normally, what I do is we'll ask questions. If anybody wants to throw out any questions for anybody that they're trying to communicate with, we'll go ahead and just throw in a just a question. What you'll do is just type in a Q. in front of the question that you want to ask or who you're trying to get in touch with, and just what you want to say. Try to keep it about 15 words or less. Yes, I know I said I was going to change the software. I haven't done it yet. Just had a lot of things going on with Thanksgiving and things like that. Had to get a few boxes out, so kind of took away some of my time to get into this. So, um, like I said, if you have any questions, just type in like I'll just do an example. Yeah, just like that. So if you want to do something, just type it in like this, and then we'll go from there. Oh yeah, no, so yeah, Nora had her brother come through. Was that last week, Nora, or the week before? I think it was last week. All right, so I'll get to everybody's questions. So once we get started, I'll start off with Adam's question, and then I'll move down the list. So what I'll do is we'll ask a question, and then we'll wait for a couple of minutes, and then we'll ask another question, and we'll just continue through that rotation. We'll do each box session will probably last about 15 minutes. We can go longer. And then we'll do another session. We'll take a little short break, and then we'll do another session. Um, this show is all about you guys. So if however late you guys want to go on this, usually I only schedule the show for an hour, but since this is like our fourth show, it's never gone an hour. It's gone the the shortest it's gone is 2 hours, which was last week. The first session went like 3.5 hours. The session before that went 4 hours. So um yeah, it's all depends on how things are going, and if it just quiets down and we're not getting any responses, we'll just end on a positive note, and then we'll just call it a night. Okay, we'll wait a few more minutes and then we'll get started. Now, like I said, do you guys want to start off with just one ghost box at first and then work our way to two? I don't know how you guys want to do it, and you guys could kind of tell me which box you want to go with. I'll put up the other box up on top, and you just tell me which one you guys want to go with. So it's all up to you guys. However you guys want to get started on this, it's totally up to you. Right now, I have two boxes connected. We could do two at a time. We can go with a Hack Shack in the beige box in the front. We can run them both together at the same time. That might be pretty interesting to see if how that goes. You guys let me know how you guys want to start. Like I said, everything is it's up to you guys. What we'll do, let's do this. We'll start with one box. We'll start with the white box or the beige box. It's pretty silent. I mean, it's doesn't have a lot of static. Um, so we'll start off with that, and then we'll work our way through. We'll maybe go with then we'll go maybe with two boxes, and then we'll just rotate the boxes out. So just to get everybody a little sample, we'll just start off with the one box. We'll just wait a couple of more minutes. But thank you everybody for throwing in questions. Hello, everyone that's joining us for the first time. Um, it's great to see a lot of people from the UK. It's usually because we're doing this so late. I tried to do it at 3 a.m. East Coast time. I'm on the West Coast, so it's almost midnight. Um, and I know you guys in the UK, it's almost 8 o'clock in the morning there. So, um, and then I haven't seen anybody from Australia yet. There's a few people that always join us from Australia, but we'll just wait for a couple more minutes. I have, yeah, I do everything. I try. So this is an experiment that I wanted to try. Try to do a ghost box session at the witching hour. Um, I've done a few things during the witching hour and got some crazy results. There's some investigations that I've done that got crazy at the witching hour. Um, So this is a continuation experiment that I wanted to try. So far so good. We're almost closed. Hi Sharon. Hello Arthur. Uh Here, let me look. No, I mean if that's how you want to word your question, I mean that's fine. Like I said, and then some of the question or some of the answers that come through, they might not mean some of the responses that will come through won't mean anything to myself or anybody that's watching. It might just be for the one person that's asking the question. So if you guys if you're getting some type of response that replies to that has meaning to you, just go ahead and type it in the comments, and then that way we can kind of get some type of validation. um I know sometimes I'll talk like on things that I'm hearing, but I'm not going to talk through anything. I'm just going to type in some of the responses that I'm hearing, just to go that route, so that way I'm not talking over any responses. um and then we'll see what happens here. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. All right, so I just made some adjustments real quick. So I'm gonna go ahead and get started on the list of questions. We're looking to connect with Thelma Todd. Is there Thelma Todd here with us tonight? Susan wants to know if her mom is here with us.
That
Kara wants to know if she should do something in regards to A and her situation with him at work.
big
Jenny is looking to connect with Fred. Fred, are you here with us? Is there a Charlotte here with us? Male voice, can you please say that again? Yeah, I heard Frederick. It sounded like. Was Fred's name Frederick? Is Nora's brother here with us tonight? You can say the question in your mind. You don't have to. You don't have to type it out here. I'm trying to get caught back up with the question. Sorry. Is there Virginia or Walter Miller here? Melanie wants to know if Mom, are you there with her in her home? Tina would like to connect with their dad, Joe. Are you okay and with the family? She wants you to know that she loves you and misses you. Susan wants to know if there's anybody around her. All right, we're going to end the session in about 30 seconds. Melanie wants to know if her grandmother is around her. Melody wants to know if Michael is with her. All right, we're going to go ahead and end the session in 3, 2, 1. All right, so yeah, that was pretty interesting. I don't know if some of the responses that came through, I mean, I know that it kind of seemed like there was some relevant questions or answers coming through. Don't know if they made sense to anybody, but it sounded like there was a couple, especially when Melody asked if Michael was with her, and said yes pretty much right away. All right, Janine, or Jenny, we'll ask as soon as we start up again. We'll start up. We'll give it a couple of minutes. Um, and we're going to go ahead and reset the box. And do you want to go still with the same box, or do you want to switch boxes? The little black one is just as clean. Sometimes I like to just switch them up. Um, it's up to you guys. But let me reset the radio real quick. I sometimes just like to reset the radio just so we'll get a clean scan. Um, um, with the with certain boxes, I mean, I try to keep them at about this rate because, well, especially like the beige one, because it does have a little bit of reverb, and when we're going through it, it will if you sweep too fast, sometimes the answers just come through like really quick. I mean, I could speed them up. Um, but let me go ahead and switch it to the black one. Well, yeah, I mean, I kind of figured it was. With some of the responses that come through here, I took that one down kind of quick, but sometimes the I could kind of tell when there's something coming through for a certain person, and just with the way that that came back and how fast it was or how quick it was, it did kind of seem relevant to that. So the clicking, so what that is it's trying to lock onto it's trying to pick up a station or a frequency, and that's what the clicking is. Um I mean, like you don't hear any static. So instead of the static, you'll just hear a little bit of clicking coming through. Um I would rather hear the clicking rather than static. Um but I can speed it up a little bit. The faster you speed it up, the more clicking you're going to hear because it's going to try to scan. It's going to try to scan through a little bit quicker through the stations and or through the frequencies, and it might pick up a little bit more clicking. If you slow it down, it's going to pick up more frequencies. So I could even set it to where we only pick up responses and nothing else. But sometimes we can go 5 minutes without hearing any responses. Sometimes it might go quicker. I could do two boxes at the same time with that feature. Um, we can try that later. But I'm going to switch it up. I'm going to do the black box. That one doesn't have any reverb, so um, I kind of have it dialed in right now. So we'll try that next. Hey Sandra, how are you doing tonight? So what I'll do is if you guys want to, well, that's pretty interesting. Um Chrissy, were you here before? Were you watching the show before? I mean, I have my own thoughts on apps. Like I was saying, last couple of discussions about that. I mean, certain apps work pretty well. Um, I'm not going to name off a bunch of apps that I think would. Um, there's only a couple apps that I would personally use, um, and that's the Echovox and the Sono X10. It's called the Sono X10. Those were the only two apps that I really use. There was some other apps that were written for PC that worked pretty well. But Martin is no longer. I don't think Martin's writing software anymore. I haven't seen any of his any new updates or anything, so I'll take a look at that. Maybe maybe I could run a couple of his apps on the computer. I could share out the computer and the audio from the computer, and we could try it that way. But we'll do that on another show. The REM pod works really well. I can show you how it works real quick. Let me switch cameras real quick. Anyway, that's a quick demo. So if anybody's tuning in for the first time, and I am going to do a couple of giveaways. I'm probably going to give away either one of these white boxes or a REM pod. I'm going to do your choice. So I'll do to enter the contest. What you would do is subscribe to my YouTube channel. Um, Let me pull this up. So if you subscribe to my YouTube channel, once we hit 1,000 subs, I'm gonna do a short video on how to win either your choice of a REM pod that looks like the one that I just demoed, looks like that little treasure chest, or the radio next to it. So, well, Olga, welcome to the show. No, I didn't put. I mean, I could. That's funny how you ask. I almost put in a temperature sensor in there. I can. I have I have a handful of temperature sensors that I can add in there also. The only bad thing is with that chest, I have nowhere to put the display just because it's so small, and it would just be difficult because I would want to do a digital display. I don't just like doing like a light. I mean, I want to make it worthwhile. Well, thank you, Corey. I appreciate that. Oh, so here's for those of you that missed my YouTube channel, let me pull it up again. I'll leave it up there for a minute. So just go to YouTube and type in the Pair Awakening. You should be able to find that. So I just had to pop open a Rockstar. I'm just prepping to stay up for a while. All right. So, well, thank you for everybody that have subscribed. Hey, Bobby. Welcome to the show. Yeah, these RAM pods work really well. I built a few for other people. Um, I just wanted to have one for myself. I mean, everything I build, I never keep. I always say I'm going to keep something, and I always either give it away or somebody wants to buy it. So yeah, even like the little radio, both of these radios, I set on to keep for myself. The white one I've held on to, but the black one, it's already sold. He just hasn't picked it up yet. So, and the REM pods I should have available, um, the week of the 3rd. So probably a week from, I'll just say 2 weeks from now. So they'll probably start shipping on Monday. Anyway, enough of me. Yeah, thank you for that. I was gonna post it up, but I didn't want to. Um, I should have done that, but thank you, Arthur, for that. All right, so let me go ahead and fire up the other. Yeah, I mean that's how my YouTube channel started. It was doing videos on how to build videos, like how to build a ghost box, how to build REM pod, how to build there was a couple other things, and I had like a complete step by step and instruction guide, and also like a how to video to go with it. And then I just wanted to help out people communicate with loved ones. What it didn't even it wasn't even going to be that. It was just like a show on kind of like an interview show. And then I started this ghost box show. And then you guys made it into let's contact my loved ones, and I'm all about just helping people. That's all I'm about. So and it's been awesome. I mean, I love you guys' enthusiasm to contact your loved ones, and anything I could do to help, whether if you have a, and pardon me, I just, that rock star just got to me a little bit. But so if you guys have any questions about the paranormal, if you have any hauntings in your home or location and you just need help, you can always ask. A lot of us will jump in and start giving you some advice, things like that. Or if you, like I said, want to contact a loved one, we can do that. If you want to ask questions about ghost boxes, we can do that. Any questions that you do have, I'm here to answer them. But anyway, enough of me jabbering. Let's go ahead and start up another ghost box session. I'm gonna just give me about 10 seconds and then we'll switch over. Sorry, I was making all that noise. I just had to switch over radios and stuff. Someone just said, help me.
I love it.
I don't know if you guys heard that, but somebody said, help me twice.
.org. Oh, how
At night.
of real.
Org. Trend. FM.
All right, so we're running 2 ghost boxes right now. I didn't realize that, but yeah, we're running 2 ghost boxes at the same time. All right, somebody's asking for help.
Every
Who needs help? Can you give us your name, please? Yeah, I heard that too, Bobby. Olga wants to know what happened with her sister. Can you give us an answer, please? Just trying to contact you. Yeah, sometimes you'll hear radio stations come through. All right, somebody keeps on saying help.
Yeah.
Stephanie would like to know what happened to her son. Melody would like to know if her grandma is with her and if she'll get a break from all the bad stuff. Somebody shot? Olga wants to know what happened to her sister. Is Cliff here with us today? And are you okay? Little. Yeah, we keep on getting a voice coming through saying help. Jared wants to know who is with him.
Points.
Melody wants to know if her baby is with her other family members. So I switched it over just to one box for now. I wanted to try something here. No. There was a no. Sylvia wants to know if Andy is with her dad on the other side. Olga wants to know if the knocks that she hears on the door is her sister telling us that is she around, or is that something evil? So yeah, as I said, it's me.
Leah
Who is asking for help? There's a woman that keeps on asking for help. Can you give us a name, please? Has Oliver come back as Kobe? Brent, did you pass on? Are you still around your family? All right, we're going to end the session in a couple of minutes. Yeah, it did sound like Brent. Brent, can you say something again? Can you repeat what you just said? Cindy wants to know if her mom is okay. Are you okay now that you have passed?
Really bye.
Okay, we'll end in 30 seconds.
Real. The
Shane, are you at peace?
behind wheel. Brilliant. Performance. 2020.
All right, we're going to end the session now.
2020.
Yeah, that was kind of interesting. I don't know who kept on saying help. But yeah, I heard behind you also. Maybe we'll get another visitor. The first couple of weeks we had a couple of visitors here. We had a little girl. We had a man come through. He was smoking. So there's a male figure in here and a little girl and an older woman that comes that are in this location constantly. The little girl was here one night and she made her presence known a few times, and so did the male. Something was actually thrown. I had a mirror set up where the REM pod is, and that got pushed over. And there's no way for that to fall off. I had a different ghost box here, so people thought it might have been from the vibration from the ghost box, but also, so on purpose, I had like a ceramic skull on top of the box, and that skull never moved. So if it was vibration, the skull would have been dancing around. And the way that the mirror fell over was pushed over from the top, so there was no way for that to fall over. And plus, it's sitting on a piece of cloth. So on the where the radios are sitting and things like that, it's like a cloth. So there's no way for that to move. Everything would have been moving around. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. To switch cameras back. Sorry, I just not used to switching the cameras back. I just start talking and kind of get into the chat. So here, let me send the. I'll send over the. Somebody's asking for my YouTube. Let me see if I can find the link. Or here, I'll just share this. Um, honestly, the devices that I'd like to use are the two ghost boxes that I'm using right now. Um, and I'm not just tooting my own horn. Um, I've gotten some incredible responses using these boxes that I've built. Um, and the only reason why I do like using my own boxes is, as you hear, there's no static. Um, and sometimes I'll put them in a mode where we'll only get responses. The only reason why I don't do that on the show is, like I said, sometimes there might not be a response for 5 minutes. We could get like 5 responses back to back to back on one box, and they're both scanning the same frequencies. So, um, so somebody could say, well, it's only scanning radio frequencies. But if that was the case, they would both be picking up the same frequencies at the same time, because I'm starting them both up at the same exact time and they're starting at the same exact spot. So we might get responses out of one and not the other, and then vice versa. And then a friend of mine was here with me and we're sitting here talking, and the ghost boxes were replying to, I asked my friend a question and the ghost box replied like it was answering me. And we are like, what the hell was that? What just happened? And then so we just continued on, and then it would do it again. And then we had two boxes on at the same time, like I said, and the boxes would say a word, and then the other box would ask a question, the other one would answer. So it was just like, it was so freaky. And that's kind of what got me started on doing two boxes at the same time. So if you want to purchase a box, you can always message me. You can just go to, best thing to do would be go to follow me on Facebook. That's my personal Facebook. You can just message me on there. Just send me a PM. Or you can go to that's my website. Like I said, I don't like to do my own horn, so I try not to make these about me. This show about me. This is about for you guys. And thank you, Bobby. There's been a few people out there that have used my boxes before, so. All right, we'll get started on another ghost box. I'm going to reset the other box real quick. We'll do another dual ghost box session. I thought it was getting a little crazy, but I wanted to do something really quick. I just wanted to do a rescan on both of them. We'll see if we don't if I could try to get rid of the stations. So just bear with me for a second. I'm going to turn this up a little bit just so I could hear it. All right, so that one's resetting. We'll let that one reset. And then I'll get started. Let me do the other one real quick.
Basis for the practice.
All right, cool. That one's resetting. Corey, don't worry about it. I mean, when I build these boxes all the time, so I'm going to try to. I have some cases that they sent me some wrong cases, so I'm going to try to do. I'm going to discount some boxes. I mean, I try to keep all my boxes pretty reasonable. But I'm going to try to do a run of boxes for around. There'll probably be like 125 shipped. I'm going to probably do probably about 10 of them or so at that price. So just bear with me. It'll probably be after Christmas. I just ordered a bunch of parts, so it'll take a little while for them to come in, just because shipping right now is a little crazy. No, Bobby, I haven't found any more of the silver or these little radios. Yeah, they kind of, I don't know if it was like a limited run, but some of the little radios are kind of hard to find. Um, yeah, let me. So somebody's asking. I'm sorry about this. Right now, I mean, we're just kind of taking a break. Um, let me. Here's my info. Somebody's just asking for this, and then. So Olga, I don't know if you heard responses coming through. There was something that I could have swore it said Olga. I don't know if it was replied to you, and then there was a female that came through and said it was her, or it said it's me. So I don't know if that reply if you heard that. So Sandra, to reset the box, basically you hold down the reset button for 4 seconds and then release, and you'll hear it kind of just picking up like full radio stations. It'll do that for about two and a half minutes, maybe 3. And then once it's finished, you'll just start hearing it scanning. So yeah, that when that female came through and said it's me, this is for Olga again. Um, I think that was directed to you. Let me just hear something really quick. All right. So right now I have the boxes scanning. Once we get started, then I'll switch cameras and then we'll get started. So if you guys have any questions, go ahead and start throwing them down again, and just put in a question and then a cue, and then ask your question. And then once we get started, I'll start asking the questions. But Sandra, the radio that you got is the same one here. I mean, I built this one at the same time I built yours. So all right, so let's go ahead and get started, and I'll start off with Brenda's question. So let me go ahead and start these up. So I already have the boxes scanning. I just control everything through the switch through my mixer that's in front of me. So Brenda wants to know if there's any relatives that have passed that are near her. Walter wants to communicate with his mom, Dee. Is Dee here with us? There's a female that came through and said, yeah. Melanie wants to know if Daniel, are you messing with her phone?
I didn't. Anyway.
Nikki wants to hear from her husband or mom. Can you give us a name, please? Karen wants to know if Edna's looking over her grandmother, Edna. Maureen wants to know if her grandmother Deal is with around her. Rosalind wants to know if her mom is with us. Is there a Sam or Chris here with us? Daniel, can you say peanuts if you're... Can you say peanuts if she's in with you in heaven? Karen wants to know if Mary is around her. Is Nancy around here or Matthew? Michelle, they're still coming through. Rosalind would really like to get in touch with her mom. Her name is Nancy. Nancy, are you here with us? Michelle lost her father on August 1st. She was wondering if you came to visit and if you could say your code word. Michelle, are you around Melody and looking for her?
Again.
Is Betsy around? Is Betsy with us here today?
Small bit.
David, are you here to communicate with us? If there's a female here, can you say Barry? Welcome back, Kevin. Olga wants to know if her sister that passed, did you fall and hit your head or did you choke? Melody wants to know if David knows her.
Christmas.
Christmas.
NPR. Come.
All right, who's asking us to come? Are you coming here for help? Today?
Still large.
Yeah, I heard come too. All right, it's getting a little heavy in here. Who's around me right now?
On the wall. Before.
All right, guys, it's getting really heavy in here. It said Eric. All right, somebody just said my name. Who just said my name? Can you tell us who's here with me? Yeah, I heard my name again. Yeah, I'm Rob. Who's here with us? Go ahead and ask your question, Michelle. The only rules we have is we have no rules. Just make your presence known. Who said Melody's name? Can you give us a name? Can you tell us who it was? Who just said it's me? Yeah, I heard it's me again too. Who is saying it's me? Is Matthew here with us? Can you say Olga's nickname, please, if her sister is here with us?
Smiling.
Smiley. Michael, is that you that said Melody's name?
Have done it. Been. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna Can you say peanuts for Kit Kat, please?
Right.
Ace or Mom, can you say Nikki's Chocolate Lab's name?
So to the
Greatest. It's your.
tank.
Yeah.
Today.
Season.
Long time. No. But the truth.
Bring Jill.
Tide. Where you?
on your possible for now.
Matthew, can you say Tia?
My third
Who's trying to communicate with Melody?
Shop.
stay from 200
Nikki wants to ask her mom what should she do about Taylor.
By the California.
Oh, that was a female crying.
These are 103 can
Michael, if that's you, what do we share that is special? That's from Melody.
Radio.
wait there.
Store with area. Hey, food.
All right, we're going to end this session. Uncle.
Email.
Yeah, so I don't know. Melody, was any of that relevant to you? Olga, was your sister coming through at all? I don't know if anybody else heard anything that might have been relative to your questions. Yeah, I heard Kevin a couple of times too. So Kevin, they probably know you're here again. Yeah, I heard Barry come through. I think there was a few of us that said that heard that. Yeah, I don't know, that crying female was pretty. That was kind of crazy. It's kind of cool though. Huh. That's kind of cool. Yeah, there was kind of I know Michelle I know for a little while there it kind of sounded like it was dying off and then it just kind of got intense. Like I said, it got really heavy in here. Um I don't know if it's because something was trying to make their presence known, but it was getting a little heavy in here. Yeah, that was I mean, it's always disturbing to hear, some emotions coming through. Um I'm reading some of the comments, I'm sorry. I just kind of glance through these and try to read as much as I can. So if I get a little quiet, that's what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to sometimes with some of the comments that we're getting, that will kind of lead me off to start asking certain questions during the next session. Um, and like I said, if you guys need any help or anything, that's what I'm here for. Um, just reach out to me or just, send a question and we'll get you some answers. See what we can do. Um, I am. I don't consider myself a medium, a psychic, um, anything like that. But I do have abilities. I mean, I guess you can say I'm sensitive, um, but I do pick up on things. I can do remote viewings, things like that. Uh, do astro projection. I know a lot of people don't believe in a lot of that, but I have a lot of stories. Um, and I think we all do have abilities, like Michelle said. It's just, how to fine tune them, um, and how to open yourself up, um, to your abilities. Nikki, we'll see what we can do. Um, you know what, Rosalind? I mean, I'm kind of like the same way. I get um, a lot of things. It's I, it's almost like deja vu, but it happens so often, and where it's a little freaky. Um, and I do freak people out when I say something that they didn't even share with me or anything like that. I might say something and thinking that we were talking about it, and we've never talked about it. So it freaks them out when I do that. Happens quite often. And I could have swore that we had that conversation, but it was, I guess, not. We didn't. Um, and they never shared that with anybody. Okay. We'll go ahead and start up another session. Do you want to switch boxes? Do you want to try the Hack Shack, or what do you guys want to do? I first started noticing my abilities at a young age. Um, and it was funny because my friend's mom was native. I come from a Native American background. Um, so my friend's mom was Native American, and she uh she kind of set me down one day and was telling me some things, and I was like, "How do you know that?" Because she was picking up on some of my abilities, and I never really shared that. I think I was like 12. And so she set me down and she was asking me a bunch of questions, and she was telling me, "Don't be afraid of what you're seeing or feeling or things like that." And my friend was a little embarrassed, but she kind of just kind of told me, how to tune into my abilities and don't be afraid of them. And I never shared that with anybody, but she picked up on them pretty quick. And then one of my aunts said that she knew that she started talking to me about astro projecting. And I was like, "How do you know?" Because I never shared that with anybody. And she said, "No, I've known that you've been doing that since you were a kid." And um, so anyway, she just kind of told me some things, and I said, "Yeah, that's exactly what happens." And so she said, "Yeah, I know." Because she sensed that about me, and she does the same thing. So she kind of knew what I was doing. She would watch me dream, and so she was asking me things about my dreams and stuff like that, and that's how I kind of learned. But anyway, okay. So astral projecting is um when you can actually leave your body um and go to another place, and you could kind of see things that you've really, or seen places that you've never been, um or kind of see things that have happened in the past or the future. um Yeah, that's basically what it is. I can give you a quick story. So I had a dream one night about a friend's house, actually a coworker's house. Um, yeah, basically it's just an out of body experience. Um, where so in my dream I went to her house and I saw her house total layout and of her house. So I went to her and kind of said, "Hey, I had a dream about you last night." And she was like, "Oh God." And I was like, "No, it wasn't like that. It was just about your house. You guys weren't there, but it was about your house." So I kind of started describing her house to a T. Um, and I told her there was one part where you walk through this wall, through this door, and it leads to the back of the house. So she said, "Okay, I got to take you to my house. You just said something that nobody knows about my house, and I want you to see it." So we went to her house, and I was like, I mean, I was shocked. I mean, it was like exactly what I saw. I mean, there was a half of a fence, the other half was knocked down. I saw that. Walked in, I was like, "Oh my God, this is the same house." So started walking around just like with my mouth dropped. And I was just like looking. And then I got to this one spot where you had to walk through this door to get to the back of the house. That door wasn't there. The support beam was there, but the wall was gone and the door was gone. And I said, "Wait, where's the door?" And she said, "That's it." She said, "Nobody knows but my husband, myself, and the contractor that knocked down this house or knocked this out." And she said, "You saw the door before we even knocked it out." So she said, "There's no way that you knew about this because you've never been in my house." I said, "Nope." And she said, "And plus, you freaking nailed. I mean, you described everything." And then I said, "But there's one other thing. You have a guest house." And she goes, "Yeah." And I said, "In the guest house, somebody passed away and they haunt your house." And she said, "How did you know that?" And I said, "What do you mean?" And she said, "Nobody knows except the coroner." And they kind of kept it quiet because it was almost like a murder. They didn't know. They didn't know if it was a murder or what happened. Um, But anyway, so somebody got stabbed in the stomach. Come to find out, um, the guy was walking with some shears and he fell and stabbed himself. I guess that's how they determined what happened. Anyway, so yeah, I described all of that, and she said, "Yeah, nobody knew about that." And she said, "How did you know know that?" I said, "It was all in my dream." So yeah, it was kind of trippy. Anyway, all right, so let's go ahead and get started. Sometimes it can be in a dream state. Oh, you're welcome. I always share stories. I like sharing stories. Kind of like my house. I mean, I like telling stories about this place. There's still a lot of things that I haven't uncovered yet. Little girl's behind me. Is that what you said, Kevin? Or is that what you're saying? I haven't felt her. I mean, it's been a couple of weeks. Well, and then the last time, yeah, it was about 2 weeks ago. Um, our heritage is Navajo. Well, there's like effects in the background. So I don't know if you can see them on the camera, but there are effects. It's almost like cloud effects going by. I don't know if that's what you're seeing. I kind of did it just for the ambiance. And I have the black mirror behind me now. So that's a mirror that fell over. And then I have the crystal ball and a couple other things back there. So in the chair too, you might see it moving because that's just from the projection that I have. What happened tonight, Michelle? I don't know. No. Happens quite often. Oh, no, the mirror fell. No, that was a few weeks ago. You can actually watch it. I did post it up on yeah, I posted it up on my YouTube channel. It was sitting over here. It was sitting where this box is. It was sitting where that box is and it fell over. And that was a night that the little girl came through. We're seeing shadows. A rock was thrown or something was thrown. We thought it was a rock. Um, Ended up being a screw. I ended up finding it. It was a screw. Um, it was a pretty big screw. And I don't know where it came from. I mean, it was thrown. And then we heard footsteps. We saw shadows behind me. It was kind of crazy. All right, so you guys ready to get started? I'm sorry. I'm just missing some things I was talking. No, Mr. Nasty's not here. I hope he makes his presence known. That'd be cool. So Kevin heard the story, but um and I might be repeating myself tonight, but there are three spirits here. There's a little girl, a male, and a older female. Anyway, so we'll uh we'll see what happens. All right. Let's go ahead. I don't know. Do you guys want to switch up boxes? What do you want to do? Do you want to do two boxes again? Do you just want to do one box? All right, one box. All right. All right, so we're ready to go. Oh, you want to do the Hack Shack now? All right, let's switch it up to the Hack Shack. Hold on one sec. Let me see if it's on. Hold on one second. All right. These are a little noisy, so there's no way for me to clean it up. Yeah, it is a 587. Let me just say, Dave. Is there a Dave with us here tonight?
Here.
Yeah, like I said, these boxes are really noisy.
What? 20.
That's what.
Can you go?
There.
That'll.
We. Right? Against him.
No.
Men.
So is somebody here trying to communicate with Nikki?
Maybe. Pablo. Mine. I'm back. Bottom. What are your? Oh God.
My.
Game. Greetings.
They.
Good enough.
Let's go.
Sight. Burn. Did. Out of. Harder. Eater. Inch. Here. Escape.
Olga wants to know if Jake had anything to do with your death.
Yeah, I do.
Pete, are you here with us?
Share.
Easy.
Nick. Hey, Nick. Oh.
Begin.
Yeah, Olga's been coming through a lot tonight.
City. Who's it?
Melanie wants to know if if her dad is here, if he can say her nickname.
Figure. Starting it. I just.
All right, we're going to end the session and switch boxes in about 30 seconds. Nick wants to know where's Nikki wants to know where her mom left her things. All right, we're ending this session. I'm gonna switch up boxes. All right. Hello, Brianna. Hello, Sylvia. Sorry, it's just getting a little cold in here. All right. Yeah, those boxes are a little noisy, so no, it's a little chilly in here. So anyway, yeah, those boxes are a little noisy. So and it's just a lot of the responses come through just so they're so light. Um that it's just sometimes a little hard to hear. No, I'm okay. It's just like I said, it's just a little chilly. My s- Basically my studio's out in a workshop, so um yeah. No, there's somebody sitting here by me, so um he's just chilling. Hey Brianna. Yeah, no, don't worry. If you saw a shadow next to me, don't worry. There's somebody sitting next to me. If there was a shadow, if there was a shadow, and like there was a one time, I was here by myself. I would have got up and tried and kind of looked around, and so um, the box that I'm going to use again is this box here. Either this one or that one. Those are my two go-to boxes all the time. I mean, I do have the new SB7 here. Um, that's a brand new SB7 that just was released a week ago. Um, the SB7s are just really noisy. I mean, I could use that if you guys want. So you guys take a pick of which box you guys want. We already I was when I was doing the dual box session, these are the two boxes that I was running at the same time. Yeah, both of these that I'm using don't have a lot of noise. They'll have some clicking, but no static. They're really yeah, exactly. I don't want to use a loud one. They're just annoying. And after a while, it just yeah, it's just okay. I'll run the two boxes again because it seemed like we're getting a lot of responses on that. And I mean, I could give you guys a quick demo on the new SP7, just real quick, if you guys want to hear it. Um, Let me do that really quick. Sorry, I didn't switch cameras, but let me go ahead and do the SP7 really quick. I'll do it for like maybe a couple of minutes and then I'll turn it off because you guys will say, yeah, it's kind of noisy. So hold on one sec. So you can see that the new SP7, instead of blue, it has a red LED, a red screen. But on this, when the light goes on, it looks orange, but it is red. Anyway, so that was enough of that. So here's a little here's a little tidbit of information. Um Here's a little bit of tidbit of information. So the two boxes that I'm going to use the same board as the SB7. They're basically like I said, I took the same boards, I modified them so there's no static. Um, so when I first got these boards from the manufacturer, they sound just like the SB7. So I have a quick video on that, and then took me quite a while to detune them. Once I got them detuned, this is what they sound like. So the two radios that I'm using, like I said, have the same boards as SB7. Um, but let me go ahead and turn them on, and then we'll get started. No, that's a hacked radio. I mean, it's just like there's no difference between the blue or the beige and the black. The only thing is the beige one has a little bit of reverb effects. That's why it has dials on the side. The other one, it just has plain scan. So let me go ahead and turn them on, and then we'll get started. Yeah, sometimes you will hear music coming through. All right, there we go. No, I had to adjust the sweep.
Taste. We made 7.
Michelle wants to know if her brother found her father on the other side. Is the little girl coming through again? Okay, there's a little girl's voice coming through again.
Apology. The time.
So it's a little girl named Jenna.
Hang out. Enjoy some dip. another edition of to move. Makes it
Strong enough. We decided. Side of me, numb. Yellow. Just in time. Friends. Free.
All right, there's a woman's name saying hello in an English accent.
Bye. Altitude. Now it's for them. Turret. The most.
Somebody said killed.
A mejor.
103.
All right, we're going to end this session here.
Sony. 30.
No problem, Corey. So I'm just taking a quick break. Oh, no problem. Yeah, Allison. So sometimes you will hear a lot of radio stations. Other times you'll like when it gets intense, you'll be able to tell. Like right now, there's really nothing coming through. Like literally, there was and no during like a 15-minute session, we heard about 100 names coming through. That's all that was coming through was different names coming through. There was nothing more, no music. It was just all names coming through. So it's really hard. Sometimes we won't get, I mean, like now we're hearing a lot of radio stations. So there was literally hardly any communication coming through. So yeah, it's just hit and miss. No, I mean, like Melanie, like the first week that we did the show, it was a month ago. Um, there was so much activity in here, that yeah, I was drained. It was really hard to keep going. I mean, I had to literally stop, and then pick up, and we were communicating with two different spirits, and they both made their presence known. Like I said, um, one knocked over the mirror, and then we were seeing a shadow. Um, and that was before I put in the effects that you see behind me now. Um, and the lighting um, wasn't as intense as it is now. But yeah, there was when something was thrown. Um, yeah, that night was pretty crazy. Um, so sessions, I mean, it's hit and miss. I mean, you can tune in some days and it's crazy active, other days it's not. So yeah, I mean, this is in my house. This house is very active. Like I said, there's three spirits here. Um, Tonight it's I mean, we did have a couple of good sessions. Um, but like right now, I mean, I don't feel anything in here tonight. So, oh, you're welcome. I mean, at least there was a couple of things that came through for you, Olga, tonight. Actually, yeah, I mean, we do get a lot of responses. I mean, we've got, um, we've got people's names. We've got, let's see, we got people's names. We've got how they died. We've got, um, certain nicknames. We've gotten a lot of different messages. Yeah, and it is pretty mellow right now. Um, Hi, Donna. I mean, we've asked a lot of relevant questions. I mean, like I was testing some of the spirit here that are here, that I found out some answers for. I was asking specific questions. Um, I asked um who's who she worked with, who did she um when did she live here, how many kids did she have, things like that, and we were getting all those responses. So it's not only names. This house was built in the 50s, but I could give you some history on this house. For those of you that don't know, so um, this whole property was owned by the Church of Science. Um, Back in the 60s through the mid 80s. Um, and the house that I live in was the the I guess it was like the nursery. Um So those are a lot of kids that would play here, things like that. And that's where we think the little girl comes from. And the the owner of so the Church of Science was purchased um from a woman that was a silent film star, and so she sold that to the people from the Church of Science. And also, so we think that there was a lot of abuse, child there was some, I guess, molestations that happened next door with the kids. And um so we were getting a lot of things from the spirit box that were pertaining to rape, um, torture, um, a lot of things like that. So um, we went next door and kind of did an investigation, and we were getting the impressions, a lot of things like that, that there was a lot of pain and torture going on. And in the spirit box, it was kind of doing the same thing. Um, saying the same thing. We're getting pain, torture, rape, um, sex, assault. Um, and then I was asking, in the area that I'm standing, was this where you were assaulted? And it said yes. And then the child's voice was coming through, and she was crying and saying, "Help me." Um, and that's the same girl that when I first built a ghost box, I was just experimenting with building a ghost box, and I had I just came back from an investigation the night before, so I had the ghost box in my kitchen, and I heard the little girl's voice coming through, saying, "I'm in here." So I went in there, and the ghost box was off. So I turned around and started walking away, and she said, "Over here." And it was coming from my ghost box. I opened up the ghost box. It was powered off. There was actually no battery in it because I had a battery pack. The battery pack was unplugged. So there was no way that it came from the ghost box. But it sounded like it was coming from the ghost box. And anyway, so later the next day, um, I heard the little girl like standing at the foot of my bed, and she was giggling, and then she was like, "Help me." And I woke up, and I just like, wait a minute, there was a little girl standing here. And I mean, I was, I wasn't asleep, but my eyes were closed. And then I heard footsteps running down the hallway. And then I heard what sounded like heavier footsteps, and I saw a man. So I later find out that I went to talk to my landlord and kind of told her what I saw. And well, when first approached her and started talking to her, she was asking, I asked her, "Hey, has anybody ever experienced anything in the house?" And she kind of smiled and she said, "Why?" And I said, because I've been experiencing a couple of things. And she said, "What did you experience?" And I kind of told her, and she started giggling. And she said, "Oh, well, you know that the house used to be a nursery, and um, and other people have said that they saw a little girl here." And so she said, "Did you notice the little stickers on the fireplace?" And I said, "Yeah." And I said, "I figured like one of the kids or somebody put those there." And they said, "No, those stickers they've been here since the 60s." And they never removed them. She said, "Yeah, it was when the Church of Science owned the house. Those stickers have been here ever since." And she liked them, so she didn't want to remove them off the fireplace. Um, And then so she asked me, "So what did the man look like?" And I kind of described what he looked like. And she said, "Go walk over there and see if you see him in any of the pictures." And I walked up and I saw him and I was like, "Oh my God, that's him." Um, so yeah, it was kind of creepy. So that was her husband that passed. He passed here in the house. Um, anyway, um, so and then there's also a woman that's been seen here. One day I was working from home and I saw a woman walk through and her hair was up and it was kind of blonde. And I saw her open up the door and walk through. And I figured it was my landlord because she has blonde hair also. And so I texted her. I said, "Hey, did you just come by?" And she said, "No." And I said, "Okay, that's weird." And she said, "Why?" And then I told her what I saw. And so she showed me another picture. I said, "Yeah, that's who I saw." But I said, "She kind of resembles you." And she said, "Yeah, that's what other people have said." And no, it was the the woman that owned the house before. Um, so yeah, it was kind of trippy. Anyway, so yeah, so we've also done some investigating of the Church of Science next door, um, where we were kind of doing investigating, and we heard where there was pain and torture. We also heard banging coming from what it sounded like down um, from underground. Um, so come to find out that yeah, there was some underground tunnels and things like that. So we still don't know where they are. Um, but I got to talk to um, I'm going to talk to one of the contractors that is has been working here. He's been here for a long time. I just found out that has some more information about some of the things that have happened. So I got to go over and talk to him, and they've kind of been doing some things about doing some renovations. It's like they're trying to cover up something. So I don't know. I got to find out some things because there was a shed and everything now is all boarded up and locked up, and I got to talk to him about that. So it just seems like it's just very odd because the house isn't it's 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 not abandoned, but nobody lives there. Um and it's fully furnished. So it's kind of crazy. Anyway, that's enough of my rambling. We can do another box session if you guys want. It's not an underground railroad. This was all Native American land. So and come to find out, I mean, that's how I found out about the uh about the tunnels and things like that. So where I'm in California. Did I know that there was an underground tunnels here? No. Somebody, I have a friend that's an archaeologist, and he's the one that filled me in on some of the things in this area, and he's done he's worked on some sites in this area. So now this wasn't a reservation. I'm in Thousand Oaks. This was all Chumash territory. I don't know what they're covering up. I know that there was a lot of shady stuff happening at the Church of Science. Um, they're actually still in town. They moved. It's probably, I don't know, quarter mile, half a mile away from here. It's probably more half a mile or a mile. Thinking about it. All right. Pardon me. I don't think it was only. I don't think there was only children. I think there was. There was more. Um, I think others were abused. Well, it's called the Christian Church of Science, but the Church of Science, it's more like a cult following. I know that the Church of Science originated from England. So, Allison, the way that a ghost box works, so the ghost boxes that I build scan. So the theory behind a ghost box is, or any type of spirit communication is, or ITC communication is, um, the theory goes that when um, spirit can communicate over certain frequencies or different frequencies. So by getting a box to continuously scan, they can or they can use that to communicate. That's just like when, I don't know if you've ever seen or heard um, during an audio recording or a video recording during an investigation or in a location where spirit is trying to communicate, they can actually use your, like the person that's speaking voice, to manipulate their vocal cords to communicate. So there's been times when it was myself, a couple other investigators, I'm behind the camera. I might be talking, and then in my voice, um, I'll give you an example, and I do have some recordings of me describing something. Like there was, it looked like somebody took like something and gouged what it looked like claw marks in a wall. and you could tell that it was kind of intentional to make it look like claw marks. And I was like, "Oh wow, check this out." And in my voice, after I said, "Oh wow, check this out," it said, "Fuck you, get out." And when we played back that, I was like, "Wait a minute, that's my voice." And they were like, "Rob, why did you say that?" I was like, "Yeah, I would say I was describing that, and then in my voice, I'd say, 'Yeah, fuck you, get out.'" And they were laughing, but it wasn't. It was the tone was a little bit different than my voice. It was a little bit deeper, but it was in my voice. And then um, during that same investigation, um, we the same thing happened, but it was my friend laughing, and as soon as he finished laughing, it said, "Fuck you, get out." And so if you try to laugh and in that same breath when you're laughing to say "fuck you, get out," um, it's impossible. There's no way you can laugh without taking a breath and then continuing your laugh, start talking. So yeah, it's the same concept. So anyway. And the doppelganger, here's another one. So we were in a kind of like a play. It was a performance, where it was a haunting, kind of like a haunt where you walk through and there's actors, that jump out at you and things like that. But this was like a stage show, so they walk you through, and so I kind of got separated. So I got went into this other room, and so I go into this other room, and there's people behind me, and they turned around and they saw me walking out this door, and then all of a sudden I walked behind them, and I was like, "Oh, there you guys are." And they're like, "How in the fuck did you get behind us when you just walked out that door?" And I said, "What?" And they said, "Dude, you just walked out that door." Two people were like, "You just walked out that door." And I was like, "No way, I'm right here." And they're like, "How in the fuck did you come? There's no way that you, because I would have had to pass them because there's like a hallway." And so yeah, I came back through and like walked up right behind them, and they're like, "No, dude, you just fucking walked through that door." So yeah, it was kind of funny. Anyway, Kevin, who drank blood? I'm sorry, I just saw that. Michelle, were you asking me this question? So, I mean, I could give you so the craziest investigation I've ever done was a demonic um was a demonic case. Actually, I still have the pennant that was used to banish this. I worked with somebody that specialized in this. He was actually somebody that um, somebody that's uh, he's kind of he's a demonologist. Let's just say that. Um, but I'm sorry, I just get a little. It's just a little hard to uh, to talk about it. I mean, he's somebody that was actually um, learned. I mean, he was trained by the Vatican, so he's one of the very few people that have been actually appointed by the Vatican. So him and I worked on this case, and he contacted me. It was just weird on how the whole thing went down. But anyway, I still have the pendant that he had me wear, and when he blessed the when he um when he blessed the pennant, he asked me to pick it up, and I picked it up by the metal part, and it freaking burned me. Um, so and I had the air conditioner on in the house because it was in the summer and it was really warm out. It was near Disneyland, so it gets pretty warm out there. It was probably in the hundred. It was probably about 98 or 100 degrees out. I don't remember. So I had the air on. I had the air set to like 70, so that the house was pretty cold. And the pendant was sitting on a glass table, and the glass table, I mean, if you touched it, I mean, it was cold. So when he blessed it, I picked up that pendant and burned me, and I dropped it, and I was like, "Holy crap, that thing's hot!" I mean, it was like stove hot. So he said, "I didn't tell you. I told you to pick it up, but I didn't mean by the metal part." So I picked it up by the string, and here's a pendant. I don't know if you can see that. Anyway, so I have it on that black mirror. It kind of has a little bit of meaning to behind that pennant, so that's why I have it on that black mirror. Um anyway, when the banishing happened, it was crazy. He wouldn't let me audio record it, couldn't videotape it. That's just part of the whole thing. With the when this ritual happened. Um but prior to him coming out, there was 3 possessions. Um and I have them all on video. Um so I had to there was so much proof that I had to get um for the exorcism to take place. So I have it all on video, something that nobody has ever seen except a couple of producers that wanted some footage for a TV show. And when they saw the footage, they said, nope, they can't even, um, they can't even use that footage because it was too controversial. It was too religious. They thought, and it was actually, I mean, it was an actual possession, so it was pretty crazy. But anyway, during the banishing, I mean, we heard there was a woman screaming in the back room. There was like these spiders kind of coming up from the ground, from the wood floor, and then scattering and disappearing. Um, yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. Just something that I never seen before. Um, no, I didn't say that I got it on video. Yeah, I couldn't video. I mean, this was the so the Exorcist. I mean, the possessions happened before the exorcism. The exorcism I could not videotape, but the for me to show to get the exorcism to happen, I had to show proof. So yeah, I had to show the possessions to the person that was to get permission to do the exorcism. So yeah, it was a lot of stuff. That investigation lasted for over a year. But yeah, that was like the most intense thing I've ever done. Probably the coolest investigation I've done is a place that's never been investigated. We got access from um, Jason Bloom from Bloomhouse Productions. He's the one that does. His company did Insidious and Annabelle. Those are just some of the movies he's done. So anyway, we met up with him, and he was doing a production at a theater, and one of his actresses and one of the other actors were kind of harassed by a by a uh, by a spirit. So they saw a well. So the girl was an actress playing a gypsy. She was going to be like in a booth, kind of like Zoltar. So she was a fortune teller, and she was in the booth, and she says she saw a man push and hold the door shut and locked her in there, and then all of a sudden she saw him go away, and he just vanished. So so he called us and said, "I need you guys to get down here and figure out what's going on down here." So we went down, and he gave us like an hour to try to find, because there was the production was going on, so they had a lot of setup to do. So we just went in, interviewed the couple of people that they what they experienced, talked to them, and then after we talked to them, they walked off stage, and I grabbed one of my cameras and I was just like setting it up, and all of a sudden I focused in on something, and I was like, "What the hell is that?" So I set it on a tripod, focused in, and I was like, "That's a woman dancing." So I called a few people that were there with me, and I was like, "Hey, check this out." And I was like, "Look over there." And they were like, "I don't see anything." I said, "Okay, now look through the camera." And they were like, "What the hell? That's a woman dancing." And I said, "Exactly." So, and it was a full spectrum camera. So if you looked at it with the naked eye, you couldn't see it. But if you look through the viewfinder, you can see it. She was there for like 15 minutes. So I said, "All right, we got to get started." So we went back down to the basement. We saw a male figure just like take off. And I mean, he moves so fast. And I was like, "Did you guys see that?" They were like, "Yeah, there's a freaking male. Where in the hell did he go?" I was like, "Dude, he went through that wall." So we went back through where the girl got locked in, and same thing. We saw something like go down the hall. I got it on camera. He walked down the hall, like dropped down, and then kind of like turned into an orb. The orb just shot by, and as it went by us, it made like a weird sound. So yeah, that was pretty intense. So then we took all the footage and we went back up and kind of showed the crew what we got, and they were like, "Oh my god, dude, that's exactly what we saw." And so I showed her the video of the man walking by, and she was like, "Yeah, that's who locked me in the freaking thing." And yeah, it was an apparition. And they saw him walk and disappear, and she said, "That's exactly what it did when he disappeared." So yeah, it was kind of a trip. So we got all that in like 45 minutes. Yeah, and that place has never been investigated, and it's never been on any TV shows. The reason why they can't do it. I mean, they can't afford that place. I mean, that place charges 16 grand for an 8-hour shoot. Um, I talked to Ghost Adventures about it. They were going to do it, but they were like, they couldn't afford it. For a 3-day shoot. Yeah, it was way out of their budget. Anyway, I don't know. You guys want to keep going? It's called the Variety Arts Theater. It was just renovated. I think it still might be under renovation. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous place, though. It was used back in the vaudeville days. They would do like vaudeville acts. So when Jason Bloom had his production, it was like a haunted. So they did. It's kind of like a haunted house, but um like a it was like a whole performance. Um, I know that the tickets were pretty pricey. I think they were like $55 per person to go through it. And it lasted for about, I don't know, 30 minutes. The performance was about 30 minutes, but it was really cool. Um, which man is waiting? You know what? I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a quick break. All right, I'm back. Hey, Michelle. Good night. Yeah, the Scientology house, yes, but that's not the House of Science. That's totally different. Scientology is totally different. Brianna, it's way late. It's way past your bedtime. It's kind of late for me too, but I'm staying up. I'm like wide awake. No, yeah, it's. I know I thought the same thing. Like, um, Church of Science and Scientology. I was the same. I got confused also, but no, they're totally different. The Church of Science was founded in the UK. It's 5 till 3. Where are you, Allison? Yeah, but rock stars. I mean, I could drink a rock star and go to sleep. Rock stars don't keep me up. Same thing with coffee. I can drink a large a large um coffee from Starbucks and go to sleep. I'm just cold. I think that's what's keeping me up. My knees are cold. I need a blanket. Okay. Is this the first time you're tuning into a show like this? I know everybody like in the UK and Australia. I mean, it's probably middle of the day for you guys. Yeah, it's almost witching hour for me. That's why I stayed up till 4 that last time because it got freaking crazy in here. I think that's when the mirror fell over. It was after the witching hour. And that video can be seen on the witching hour is at 3 a.m. So it's the mocking of the Trinity. Um that's where that came from. Um so yeah, you can watch the video clip of the mirror being knocked over, and the ghost box said it fell. Um yeah, it was kind of a trip. Oh, okay. Australia time always gets me. I mean, because I never know what time it is there. Like I know in the UK it's um I mean, I know you're 8 hours ahead here from here. So it's what, noon in the UK or 11. Anyway, yeah, I do things on YouTube. I did some videos on how to this is also being broadcast onto YouTube. It's being broadcasted to both YouTube and Facebook. Um, but I'm sorry, I was reading the comment. But no, on YouTube, I was doing like how-to videos, like how to build a REM pod, like the one that I have behind me. How to build a ghost box. I did a lot of ghost box sessions. I've done a lot of debunking videos, um, just things like that. Some investigations I've done on YouTube, but that was a different channel. Anyway, I mean, I could do another. I just don't. I mean, watching a live, I just have a hard time watching an investigation live. I even have a hard time watching. I mean, I hate to say it, but um, I just hate why. I mean, I don't like watching ghost shows, things like that that are doing investigations. I just find me personally. I mean, I just find investigating kind of boring. I mean, yes, it's cool. I'm more into the historical stuff, or trying to find answers. But just going on an investigation just to go, I just find them very boring. Like this show, I mean, I do this for to try to help people, try to help find answers. That's why I do this. You know, this show is like always say, this show is about the viewer. I try to, if somebody wants to hear stories, I mean, I'll tell them stories. If somebody wants to do a ghost box session to try to get some answers, I'll do that. If somebody wants to come on live to just chit chat and talk about some of their experiences, I'm all for that. Um, I just try to mix it up, try to do something unique. I know sometimes, like right now, we're just rambling, but um, just trying to find out what people want to do right now. I know it's a little late. I mean, it just did turn a witching hour, but we can try. Brianna, we can try. Like I said, when we experienced that possession, that was at 3:17 in the morning. I know I'm laughing, but um it wasn't funny. There was just a lot of stuff that happened before, and that's kind of why I was laughing. Just before the possession, earlier in the evening I went out to go get food, and I had pretty much locked down the house, and then when I went back into the kitchen, because I went out to get pizza for everybody that was there, um, I went back into the kitchen and the doors were unlocked and things like that. So you forgot your broom. What are you talking about? Oh, the witching hour. I know it's kind of funny, but that's how this whole show got started. I wanted to do a ghost box session like during the witching hour, and that's kind of how the whole 3 a.m. thing took effect. But anyway, all right, I will turn on both ghost boxes again and let's see what happens. Let me switch them on. So if you do hear songs coming through, that's just the radio's scanning through the frequencies. So I am doing 2 boxes right now. There's 2 different boxes scanning. All right, is there anybody here that would like to communicate with us? I know sometimes the little girl likes to come through. Somebody just said little help. Who wants a little help? Somebody want a little help? Who's the girl that's trying to come through? Somebody said baby. Is Miguel here with us? Who's saying baby? Can you give us a name, please? There was a male that lived here. Who lived here? Somebody just said Heather in a really deep voice. Who's the male with the deep voice coming through? All right, somebody just said help. Who's trying to come through?
Later.
Can't. Morgan. Rates.
Who said I can't?
Dollars. Date.
All right, somebody just said. Somebody said
For your
mate.
future goals. I'm saying. Or
Licenses may apply.
And verse. Two. Line. Mysteries.
Today. Save up.
Okay, is a little girl here with us tonight or this morning?
Visit us.
This is a deep voice at Amber.
Roads.
Hard. Story time.
Story time.
Holiday. Visit. Special. Finish. Gen. Hi, this is Brian. No.
Detail.
Somebody just said kid. Who's saying that?
Mike.
Is Mike here with us? Who just said get out? You did? Who said I did?
Get. Water. Get it.
So the funny thing is Mike is the person that used to live here.
One.
Message board.
Shop.
So Mike, what did you like to do here?
Right. Like right.
available.
Tell me what you'd like to do here.
MCH.
Drop.
And then artist.
And eat.
What was the yard here used for? Little girl's voice just said goodnight. Help? What do you need help with? Who needs help? All right, who's asking for help? And who's saying kill? You said kill a couple of times. Is that what happened next door? Was somebody killed? There it was again, kill. Who do you want to kill? Or who was killed? It said you. Who wants to kill me? Come on, who wants to kill me? You can say it. The girl? The girl wants to kill me? Yeah? I guess the little girl wants to kill me. What's the little girl's name? Yeah, I heard my name too. I didn't want to say it. So the little girl wants to kill me. Why does she want to kill me? Is the guy acting like the little girl? Are you trying to trick me?
Back.
No? So it is the little girl that wants to kill me? Tell me the little girl's name. You don't want to give me her name? You said no like 3 times.
The latest.
No, I need to know the girl's name. Give me the name of the pennant that I have on the black mirror. Who's on the pennant? Why don't you want to give me the name? You can't say her name? The person that the pennant resembles?
Weird.
Tell me who the who the pennant belongs to, or who's the sigil of. You can say it. The little girl wants to kill me. Just say it. You keep on saying girl, but who's the girl? Come on, you can say it. So who wants to kill me? Tell me who wants to kill me. Did you guys just see that shadow? And there's nobody moving. You said yes when I said, did you see that shadow? And nobody's moving? Who is moving? Who's in the shadow? That shadow's still there. And I'm not moving. Yeah, it's still there. So there's a shadow on the radio on the front. So on the front of the beige radio, there was a shadow, and that shadow was moving. So that shadow was there for a little bit, and then it was gone. That was kind of weird. It just kind of seemed to happen like after I lit the candle. I just wanted to light the candle just to see what would happen. I didn't light the candle all night, but just wanted to mix it up a little bit. So Susan, you think it's the man that killed the kids? I mean, it's kind of weird because, I mean, that's kind of like the impression that we got was there was somebody hurt. It was kids being hurt. I'm going to turn down the box session. Wait, somebody just said Billy. Hi, Stephanie. You have a wonderful night, too. So is anybody still here that wants to kill me? Or hurt anybody else? Yeah? Got out of hand? Is that what you said? So what got out of hand? Did hurting the children get out of hand, or what got out of hand? This got out of hand? Candy. So what got out of hand? Kids? You keep on referring to the kids. What happened with the kids? All right, we need to know what happened with the kids. No? You don't want to tell us what happened with the kids? Who's Billy? I heard Billy again. You said me? All right, I'm going to end this session. Good. Bye. All right. Yeah, I'm going to end it in 3, 2, 1. All right. Yeah, that was kind of weird. So somebody wants to kill me. And the shadow on the box was weird. I don't know. That was really strange. And it all seemed like after I lit the candle, yeah, so the funny thing is, Susan, there's somebody here that's preventing, like when the little girl was here on the first night, there was a male that was holding the girl back and not letting them talk, or letting her talk. So it was really strange. And we were all picking up on that. So there was like 3 or 4 of us, and we're all kind of saying the same thing. So I don't know if there was a few people here earlier, um, that were just kind of being a little negative, and because after it seemed like after they left, things started picking up, um, which is kind of crazy. So I know that, like Ghost Box sessions is hard to get into, especially if you don't think, um, especially if you're very skeptical. I was a skeptic on ghost boxes, and people that have heard my story before, I never believed in a ghost box. I always thought it was just, yeah, whatever. And I did a show talking about that. And but once I got in tuned with one of my ghost boxes, I was getting like insane responses. Let me switch cameras. Anyway, I was getting really insane responses using the ghost box. And that kind of I started kind of thinking, well, maybe it's just coincidence. And then it just kept on happening over and over. But yeah, every once in a while I wouldn't get anything. So it's just like anything else. I mean, if nothing wants to communicate with you, they won't. If somebody does, it can get pretty intense. So anyway, but that whole thing with with the whole chat with killed me or wanted to kill me, whatever. It's kind of crazy, but I don't know. Maybe it's him that's preventing or pretending to be the kids or the little girl, um, and he's the one that wants to hurt me. But I'm not afraid of anything, so whatever. Sean, I wish we could. Um, I've been pretty lucky in the stock market. I get pretty lucky when it comes to certain things. I'm usually lucky for other people. Um, yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that there's something more aggressive at times. Um, when it wants to, um, when it wants to make its presence known, there is something pretty aggressive. It's funny thing is the mail didn't really come through. I mean, hasn't been around. Normally, when he's around, I smell cigarette smoke or tobacco, and then I start getting a little choked up, just because I don't like the smell. Um, so the radios that I'm using, they're basically hacked SB7s, um, and they're basically detuned to so there's no static. It's the same exact board, um, and you could tell because in let me switch cameras. If you could see the inside of the radio there, it has the black radio. You can kind of see it. It has a blue light inside, so um, it's the same board that's on the SB7. I just detuned them, and before I took out the static, it sounds exactly like a SB7. So instead of the sweeping, you'll just hear like clicking sounds a little bit. Let me turn it up. So you hear the ticking. So I mean, I have them sweeping now.
My family.
No, I don't remove the antenna. Um, Actually, I like the antennas. Yes, I know that you'll pick up radio stations, but I have them tuned to pick up a little bit below the FM range here in the US and a little bit above the range in the US. So actually, you can actually so watch this. So I have them turned all the way up. You don't even hear them sweeping right now. The only thing you're going to get is when it picks up something.
Fire.
You see how you're just picking up responses? Dead. I haven't done a session like this while I've been on here. But on my boxes, you can set them to where you're only going to pick up a response, no sweeping. You hardly get any radio coming through in this mode.
In the middle.
You hear that? It's not really even picking up radio.
Ding.
I mean, Teresa, it's sometimes you can tell when it's radio and when it's not. Um, when a session gets really intense and you're getting a lot of responses, um, it's just it takes a little bit of practice. And when you start listening, the more and more you do ghost box sessions, you can tell when it's radio and when it's not. Um, yeah, but when you do hear like just like what Sean said, when you hear like a lot of background noise, yeah, you can tell when it's radio, and then when a response comes through, it's crystal clear. So it takes it takes a little bit of tuning your ear on what you're listening to. Um, like I said, like now with the way that I have my boxes tuned, um, it's a little bit more distinct.
California.
Anyway, so I mean, all of my boxes have this feature. So basically, you just turn the sweep all the way up, and it's basically not scanning. I mean, it's only picking up frequencies that are a little bit in. It's not in the normal um, scan frequencies that you're picking up. This is going a little bit. It's just hard to explain the way that it works. I stumbled upon this on accident. Um, but it's just it's something that I mean that I've experimented with. A friend of mine said, "Hey, have you tried this?" and pointed it out to me, and I was like, "No, I didn't even know that." So I just thought it was going, not scanning, so I backed it down a little bit. So he said, "No, the box that you sent me does this." And so I said, "Really?" So he brought it over and we were playing around with it. And I said, "Oh, let me try another one." We did it. We had two boxes running side by side, and the two boxes were communicating with each other and then started answering our questions and joining in on our conversation. It was just really strange. So yeah, it's kind of cool. But trying to get the static out of like a SB7, it's not going to happen. Um, and trying to use like a noise gate, things like that, you never want to use a noise gate. I have some videos on my YouTube channel that talk about that, and I haven't said this, um, so what I'm doing is giving away a ghost box. Once I hit 1,000 subs, um, I'm going to either give away a ghost box um, or a REM pod. What the heck just happened? That was weird. That was really weird. I don't know what just happened. Um, something just killed everything, but I'm still on. That was weird. Everything just kind of went off on my side. And everything's running. I don't know what happened. Anyway, I'm gonna give away. I'll switch cameras. So I'm going to be giving away either a REM pod that's looks like that one, or the ghost box that's right next to the REM pod. So just go to my YouTube channel and subscribe. Like I said, I just threw it up there. So if you subscribe, you'll be entered into. I'm going to be doing a drawing to give one of those items away, either a ghost box or a REM pod. Does anybody else have any questions? Anybody else want to do another session before we call it quits? God, we've been on for 3 hours now. Yeah, that was just really weird with the whole computer thing. All right, we'll do another session. Do you guys want it another session with just the responses coming through only, or how do you guys want to do it? Do you guys want it to just scan like normal? What do you guys want to do? It's up to you guys. Um, I've used something kind of like the like a devil's box. You can actually trap spirit in a mirror. I don't know if you guys ever done a scrying session where you use a black mirror and a candle. Um, that gets pretty intense at times. So, like I said, I mean, I have a black mirror behind me. If you just put a camera in front of you or in front of the mirror with a candle, and you kind of do a ghost box session or any type of communication, sometimes you'll see things in the mirror. Spirit will show themselves in the mirror. It's pretty cool. I don't know if anybody else has seen the video of a session that we did a month ago where the mirror got pushed over. That was pretty cool. I know I talked about it before, but I know that there's some people here that just tuned in. So, yeah, automatic writing is pretty cool. Anyway, so this is what a black mirror looks like. Hey, look, you can see the whole screen, see the chat. But yeah, it's just basically a mirror, and I mean, it's solid black as you can see through the side, but you see the reflection. but if you actually look at the mirror, it is black. It's pitch black. Anyway, so just the black, the light just reflects through, or the candle light reflects in the mirror. You don't want it directly in front. You just want it to where you'll see the reflection, and then you'll put a camera in front, just to capture what you're seeing, and you just basically ask questions, and ask somebody to show themselves, and sometimes it happens. It's pretty cool when it does. It's almost like doing water scrying, things like that. Or smoke scrying, things like that. But figures will start, or faces will start appearing in the mirror. All right, so let me go ahead and turn on the ghost boxes, and I already have them on. There, I just have to turn it on the mixing board. Is there anybody here that would like to communicate with us? Is the little girl still here with us?
Wife. If one. What's that?
Okay, a male voice came through and said, "What's that?" We need to communicate with the person that just came through. Can you tell us your name, please? Gabby? That sound like David? David comes through a lot. David, how can I, or Steve? How can we help you? David, how can we help you?
Void.
David said avoiding. Who are you avoiding?
Question.
David, can you give me a last name, please? Johnny? David and Johnny both came through. Okay, I heard Johnny again. We're looking for a last name. Can you give us a last name? Yeah, there was a girl's voice. Can you tell us your name, please? How can I help you? Yeah, I heard Rob also.
Because
Somebody said I cause. I cause what?
One condition.
You said I cause. I cause what? And who's calling my name? Somebody said help. How can I help you? There's two kids that just came through. Who are the two kids that came through? Can you give me your name, please?
wait.
When you're ranked.
Ever this. Good thing.
Who's trying to communicate with us? Steve? Steve, how can we help you?
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you like that I'm trying to help you?
Mainstream. Drugs.
Drugs. Who said thank you?
My days.
Do you need drugs? Is that what you need?
I can do.
Somebody said I can get, and they said I can too. Huh. That's pretty interesting. Like we said, I mean, sometimes we will do sessions and it doesn't mean anything to us, but it might mean something to somebody out there. So that's pretty interesting.
Okay.
No, that was pretty awesome. And somebody said thank you too. That was pretty cool.
I'm dead.
Yeah, I'm glad that somebody it was that meant something to you, Sylvia. That was awesome.
More like
Sylvia, is that why you said oh shit?
This work.
Yeah, this works. Well, I'm glad that this works.
people in patient.
Patient. Yep. You have to be patient. All right, I'm going to end the session. Well, thank you for coming through for us and helping out Sylvia. It's hard for you never know who's going to come through. Sessions we do it. And we can never predict who's going to come through and who's going to get answers and who's not. So, it just it's just hit and miss. No, and you're welcome, Sylvia. See, now I'm moving and you see the shadow, but before the whole shadow was covered. See, so I'd have to be right here, and there's no way for when that shadow was there. I'm leaning over, like way over, and I wasn't even moving when we saw that shadow. But no, I mean, sometimes we'll do these sessions and nothing comes through. And people just kind of are watching and, they don't appreciate it or they don't think it's real. But, these sessions, um, these sessions, you never know what's going to happen. That's why I do them in burst sessions. If something's coming through, I'll go a little bit longer. If nothing's coming through, I'll cut them short. I always try to leave on a positive note. That's kind of why I said, all right, I'm ending the session because, we did get some valid, answers. So I figured right now is the perfect time to cut it. So, but anyway, I think I'm going to end the show. It's already 4 a.m. We've been going for about, hey, we're cutting it off on 4:20. We're coming up on 4 hours and 20 minutes. So you see, Teresa, what we're talking about on how you can tell how it's voices and when it's radio snippets. That's why, you have to just kind of tune your ear and you can tell what's coming through and what's not, what radio's coming through and what's not. And the way that, like I said, the way that I have these radios tuned, you'll just pick up voices. I might start doing that more often. The reason why I don't is sometimes there won't be anything coming through, and then other times there will. Or sometimes the boxes will just run and we get no responses, like for 5, 10, 15 minutes. So it's like 15 minutes of dead air. And that's just what I don't want to do. but tonight they were getting a little chatty, so that's pretty awesome. I'm glad that it worked out. Um, but yeah, see what I mean? And I don't know if it was just the negative people on here. Sometimes just negative energy kills everything. Um, and Sean, I mean, when I first started doing this, to be honest, I never got any responses. And yes, this place was super active. Um, and I still wouldn't get any responses on the ghost box. I'm talking into the camera. And anyway, so um, yeah, sometimes I'll do ghost boxes and don't get any answers. It'll be anywhere. It could be in a really haunted location. It really doesn't matter on the location. It's just getting yourself tuned with the ghost box, and it'll be no matter where you are, that you'll get responses. It doesn't have to be in a haunted location. Um, I could do a ghost box session in my car at the beach, doesn't matter where. And sometimes it's pretty crazy. Sometimes I just have to get my phone out and start recording because I'm having a crazy session. I've done a couple building ghost boxes where all of a sudden I'm getting crazy responses. I just have the box on and I'm getting my name, saying that this works good, sounds good, a lot of crazy things. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, and that helps out too. So closing your eyes and just kind of listening and concentrating. Sometimes I'll just put my head down, and because I'm reading the text that's coming through on the screen, so I get a little distracted. Um, because I'm trying to see what's going on, like see and trying to see what's happening. What you guys are talking about, things like that. So sometimes I'll just like start saying something and I pause because I saw a response. So I got to stop doing that. Yeah, there was just a heckler out there. And it happens. I just started ignoring it. I tried to give some answers, a little bit of clarification on how a box works, things like that. So just kind of give them the basic gist. And if they just keep on going, then I just ignore it. So Um, have we asked who they are? What do you mean by that? So like Johnny, when Johnny came through, I don't know. I mean, that could have been for you. I don't know. I mean, so anytime, so if you're ever on my show and something like that comes through, or if you want to ask a question, just type in a Q. Um, just type in like a Q and then your what you want to do, or what you want to ask, or you can just say, "Hey Rob, you know, I knew a Johnny or something," and then I could ask for you. Things like that. So just the more interactive you are, or the more comments that I see or get, that's what I'm here for. I mean, I'll relay the message or whatever. I'm just a host in the I guess the mediator of the whole thing. So I'm just a messenger, and I'm here just to help channel. Um, yeah, and if it sounded just like them, um, it probably was him trying to get in touch with you. It was just like a friend of mine passed, and I was pretty devastated because I was supposed to spend some time with him um, the day before he passed. So when I got the phone call that he just passed, I was beating myself up. Um, and his wife was like, it's not your fault. Don't beat yourself up. You had some other things going on. Because I had a family get together happening. It was kind of like last minute, so that's why I had to cancel. So I was beating myself up, and his wife was telling me, "Don't worry about it." And I was like, "You know what, though? I feel so bad." And a few, maybe a week later, I was like, "I just wish he would give me some type of sign that he's okay." And I was building a ghost box, and all of a sudden, I heard him say, "Hey, Robbie," and it was his voice, and, after he said, "Hey, Robbie," he came back through and said, "I'm okay," and so that was my closure. So he knew that I was thinking about him and upset, so but anyway, I'm gonna end this show on that note. I'm glad that we're able to, help, you guys communicate with some people, and, I'm just glad that it happened. It's every show so far. I mean, we've been able to communicate or get some answers for some people out there. That's pretty awesome. Well, thanks for tuning in, everybody, and sorry for those that are just joining us. Hi, Lisa. Yeah, we're gonna end the show. It's been going on for we started at 11:45, and it's 4.5 hours later. Anyway, well, you guys have a great night, and stay tuned, and tune in next week. We'll try to do something a little bit different, or we'll just continue doing what we did tonight and have two ghost boxes going with just responses coming through. And I think that would be, I think we were onto something. But anyway, you all have a good night, and thanks for tuning.